Hello. Forgot to unmute myself there. Didn't say anything anyway. All right. JD, what's up? Swanky second song. This is the one that sounds like the theme from Shaft, if you've ever heard it. Slinky Dancer. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, JD, cool. Yeah, today we're going to be working on the UI for my Markdown Content API. Ah, you going to size me up? Okay. Nah, I'm just messing with you. I know it's always fun to watch other people code. I love to do it too. Let me show you my screen already. Let's get this going. Let me take down this banner. All right. So, I don't know if you tuned in last time, but this is a simple version of where we ended up. We have a first post, a second post, and we have child posts as well. You can see two articles in this one, and this is all coming from my API. So it's hooked up to my MongoDB right now. I have 5 posts in there total, but you'll basically see, if I pull up my Postman here, and I do a pull of all the posts, so it only comes back with 2 posts because I nest them. So if the post has a parent ID, I don't include it in the root. I just pull the main one, and then I attach all the children for them. It's kind of a little interesting way that I'm formatting this. It's intended to be like kind of a structured architecture, like a book or a documentation type thing. So I actually thought a little bit more about it, and I think I'm going to change it into now notebooks and pages. So this is my updated diagram of what I'm planning to do. So notebooks would be the kind of high level, what holds all of your pages. Pages are what I'm currently calling posts. So you make a notebook, it'll just have a name, it can be public. Ideally, most of them will be public, but that'll be a feature I plan to do down the line, so I'm just going to add it in the beginning. And pages will be single pages, so this would be kind of like a post. Instead of calling this a post, I'm going to change it to a page. And then inside of there, they're going to have children still. So, where did my... Oh, I forgot this is in the browser as well. You can see there's a notebook ID. It belongs to a notebook. A parent ID. It can have a parent page. There's an order. We need to track order. That's one of the features we still have to implement. And the name is just the title of it, slug, because this will be URL based. You will be able to access them ideally in a URL structure when we're done. And the body is the plain Markdown body, and the body HTML is the parsed body. You might end up getting into a few more fancier Markdown things, but just to start out, I'm just going to do basically a text field with full of Markdown, and that's it. So that's where we're at. We need to build a UI for this today, so I've got the Feathers.js backend right now, which is in my code. Yeah, this is my Feathers.js backend, which is powering our REST API. And I need to, what was I talking about? Build a UI for this. This is just the API side. So we need to build a UI where you can actually enter the content, edit it, save it, all that stuff. So that's what we're going to do today. And one of the first things that I'm going to want to do actually is change this from posts to be pages instead. Actually, I'm going to do a lot of changes to my database, so I might just nuke what we have right now and then call it start fresh. Not the whole project, but just, in the database. Let me see, we've got this first post, second post, whatever. I'm gonna nuke this stuff and then change that. Let's do that. That's also in my browser. So let's just delete this whole post thing. Collection. Gone. And I'm going to keep the users. We want to make a new collection. I'm going to call that one Pages. And we also want to create one for notebooks. Yes, I named my database plural because that makes sense. It holds a bunch of notebooks, not a notebook. Okay, so we've got our two collections there, but we need to be able to make them in our Feathers app. Let's go back here. This one's my Feathers app. I'm gonna Feathers G service, generate a service. It's a MongoDB service. What's the name of the service? Notebooks. Hey Magnetic, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Does it require authentication? We'll keep yes. And I think that's just hooks related. I don't think it really does anything. Feathers G Pages. Wow, that was weird. Oops, that's not right. It's not Pages, it's Service. And then I'm going to call it Pages. MongoDB, it's called Pages. I'm going to leave Pages. Require it, yes. Okay. So we've got our two new services. Let's go look at that code that it generates. So basically it just generates a bunch of code, generates this services page, notebooks, and then there's three different things in here. There's a class, which is the main class. This does the Mongo connection and assigns the model. There's the hooks. This is where we're doing the bulk of all of our work. I'm going to take that out. We don't need that right now. Actually, we're going to try to hook into that. So it won't be before all. This will be just before these ones. Let's start with create. And then finally the service, which is the actual service itself. And it sets up the routes for us, the app service, so it makes it available to us. Those are the three files we're mainly working in. And there's ones for Pages and notebooks. So also last time I did a couple things off stream, some things I learned, which let's talk about here. In the post hooks, I have, before you find, I exclude any children posts. When we left, I was doing that in the after, and that was because I couldn't figure out how to do it correctly in the before. The before is the right place to do it, I would say, because before what we're doing is we're gonna mutate the query so that it doesn't actually pull all of the posts. It only pulls what it needs to. When we were doing it in the after, we were basically pulling everything and then filtering it down to anything that did not have a parent ID. So this is not the right way to do it in this case, although that did work. So I'm going to delete that code now that I've shown it to you. I was just waiting to show you guys so that you could follow up on that. But basically, in the before hook, you can adjust the params query. This is the query that is going to run on the database. I'm going to copy everything from the query, and then I'm going to force a parent ID to undefined. I couldn't get that to work. I was trying to use $exists because that's Mongo code. But what I found out was that this is actually using the Feathers querying, which is similar, but it's much more limited. So all you can really do is, so you pass in your query, and then you can pass in, the regular properties like you would normally on a Mongo database. But you can also do things like $limit to limit the number you get back, skip, sort, select if you just want certain fields from the database, in or not in. I usually use this when I'm deleting a bunch of records at once. Less than equal to. I probably won't use, I might use that for dates at some point, but that's generally used for dates or, maybe popularity kind of thing if you're counting stuff. Greater than, equal to, not equal to. So originally I tried to do that, and I was trying to say not equal to null, but everything is not equal to null. So what I really wanted to do was parent ID undefined, meaning it does not have that property. You could also do ORs if you wanted to do them as well. So this is where I should have been looking. I always forget they have their own querying that they do under the hood, because they basically use the adapters to connect to these other database types later on. So that's why they have this standardized version. Okay, back in my code. So that's it for the exclude children posts. I also have the include all. I might have renamed that from the last time. I can't remember, but now I'm doing that before find. So anytime you try to find all of them, basically, then I pull all of the children posts and assign them, or I tell it to not include the children posts, so you only get the 2 results instead of the full, I think there was 5 in there. And that will also affect my total counts and whatnot, which I'm not really using right now, but it will affect it. And then in the attach, let's see, did I change anything in here? I might have changed the names, the context params attach children. I was having a little confusion around this. So by default, I want it to attach the children. And then if I explicitly say false, I don't want it to, because when I run this command here, it's going to rerun all of the hooks, and it's going to basically recursively call this same function. And if I have attached children false, I don't want it to keep running down the chain until it infinitely loops, which is what happened once last time. So that blocks that out. Include all true sets it so that when I do the before hook, if I want to include all, I won't do this limiting that I normally do. So we have those 2 there. Otherwise, we go through the data, we map over it, and then we attach all the children from the posts that we pulled. We pulled all the posts here and just attach them manually. You could do this in a SQL query, maybe more, if we had relations and stuff set up, but we don't. We're just using the basic Mongo. So we're doing it manually here, which is fine. I like it. Convert Markdown didn't change at all. I've kept that the same so far. So we might come back to those today, but those were the hooks that we set up. I'm going to move all this stuff over to posts now. And I'm going to do some renaming probably, because I called these posts, but they should be pages now. Pages. I'm going to rename this. Pages. Yes. Yes. Pages. Yes. Okay. And then we want to copy this over to before find. And then when you create one, I want to do the Markdown. We'll set up that authentication later. And then after find, I want to attach the children posts. I think that should be it. And by posts, I meant pages. There you go. Close the stuff out. Actually, I'll leave that there. We good, we good. So I think that should be it. Let me double check real quick. Let's change this to pages. Send it. Cool, there's none. Let's change this to pages. And just to make sure that I've got my new... Oh, that's not the right one. I want to change the body. Format, let's say my first page. First page, basic content. I'll take that. Drop off the parent ID. What other props were supposed to be on here? Notebook ID. We'll worry about the rest of that stuff later. I'm just going to confirm that this works. Okay, created it. And let's take this so we can make a parent ID. Call our child page, my first child page. Send it. Cool. And let's make a second one with the same parent. Okay, so now when I get all, okay, sort of working. Not pulling the children, but let's fix that. That is because I didn't update that after hook probably. Instead of posts, we want pages now. Cool. There it is. And then let's look over in my Ched Dev site. I want to update it to pages. Pages. I'll update my data store real quick. Okay. That one's still working. That one's still working. Let's see it now. Oh yeah, I changed the name to title, or title to name. So instead of this, we want post.name. There it is, my first page. Oh, forgot to change the child ones too. There it is, name. My first child page, my second child page. Cool. So that is just changing the names of them there. I guess it's time. Nah, we can check in. Wait, I do want to go to my terminal, but I want to go to this tab. And I want to drop posts. Delete the posts! There's probably more code in here that does that. Let me see if there's anywhere else. Does it say posts? Let me change these to pages. Pages. Where's this post test file? Delete that one as well. Okay. I think we should be good. Let me commit that. Oops. Add notebooks and pages, remove posts. Okay. Let's yarn dev that, and we are now ready to create our new UI. I'm thinking I'll make it another Next app just because I've been writing Next stuff. It has no purpose for being a Next app. I'm really just going to use it as my front-end application, you know, UI. But I'm going to make it that one anyway. It doesn't have all the linting and all that extra stuff that I don't care about, so we'll start nice and easy. If I wanted to move it somewhere else, I could do that. So let's do that. This is going to be Markdown Content UI. npx create next app. Markdown Content UI. I can't remember if it creates a new folder or does it in the current one. I think it does it in the current one. It created a new folder. Let's move it back. I'm just quicker doing it this way instead of doing the command line. As you can see, I'll blow this up for you a little bit. And clear it out. Oh, I didn't change all of them. Okay. So this is our new... Actually, let me open this in code first. Our new UI. Nice and shiny and new. I know how VS Code works. I can't run this one at the same time, so let me kill this one. That one was just our test one anyway. Wet and see. Okay. JD's learning how to code. Just read your messages, sorry. Okay, let me launch this new site. Localhost, there it is. So whenever I start a new site, I should have done this first, I guess. Let's kill this. New folder, I make a source folder, a new next site specifically. I move my pages and my styles in there. Delete out the module styles, I don't care about those. I'm gonna delete out my global. I'm gonna make a global.sas file. Keep the basic pages. I don't need the API, but I will leave it there for now, for meow. Change this to Sass. I will need to install Sass to build that Sass file. And I'm going to need the Feathers client to be able to pull data into here. Save that. Yarn add Sass. And the Feathers client, pretty sure is at Feathers client, but let's, oh, that's the authentication client. I want the Feathers client. Maybe the REST client. Yes, both of these. Okay, so I want to not get yarn add Feathers and Feathers client. I think those are the only ones I should need. And I'm gonna want this code basically. So let's take this. And I'm going to be doing this on the front end. I'm going to say a new file, data/store.js. I tend to do it like this. It's just, I got into this habit. Feathers from REST from, I don't want these semicolons in here. Oh, they forgot one. I just pass fetch because they fill that in for me. So got the REST client. The REST client is going to be going to my local host 3030 for now. Configure and messages. We want notebooks. I'm going to drop a couple of these and do export defaults. App. Notebooks. Pages. This is the only two I have right now, right? I will eventually want to do a login, which we will hook up here in a second. So, but I think that should be good. Let's try to get back some of that data. Let's make actually a new file, components slash layout. I usually call it layout, but I changed it to page at one point. Else we're different at. We're going to do layout here. Okay, and we're going to export default function layout. It's going to take in the title. It's going to return this is a name, class name, class container. I'm probably going to use Bulma, so I'll pull that in a second. But I also moved this code over from here. So we should do that. Instead of this, I'm going to say Markdown Content Manager. Since I brought that over, I want to take this throw that up there. And in my index, instead of all this trash, just kidding, it's not trash. Welcome home. Coding Garden, hey buddy. I know I got my face up now. Got a nice little light going. I'm still using my laptop for everything though, mic and video and all that, so it's okay. It's okay. I only got to tune into your stream for like a split second today. I had a demo during most of it, and then I had some time off, and then I went back to another demo. 2 demos on Friday now, so you're gonna have to schedule your streams around my demos. Import layout from. What did you build? Were you building something? I came in, you were playing code boards or something. Hey Cats, how's it going? Yeah, my demos have been bad lately. I was up late last night getting it working because our environment was down like almost all day. It was terrible, but I got it done. Katas and Clash of Code, that's what I meant, Clash of Code, yeah. Every time you throw one up, I'm like, I should join that. And then I don't, and then it's an easy one, or relatively easy, and then if I do join, it's ridiculously hard. Every time. So I just stopped trying to join. Oh, an overlay with sentiment analysis? That sounds fancy. Yeah, those Clash of Codes are hard, man. So another thing I do when I set up a Next.js app is I like to be able to do direct imports like this and not have to use up and down the file structure. So you can add a jsconfig.json, and then I believe it's compiler options base URL, and then I just do dot. And that will basically say that this root directory is where I want to base all my things, my paths from. So I can just say src/whatever or public/whatever. So I like that. So that'll allow me to do src layout components. Okay, and then save this, and I think we're ready to get something up and going. I need to do the children actually. Spit them children out. And I don't have the title. Did I set the title? That's good enough for now. Okay, that's runner. Yarn dev. Hydrate break. Cats, Coding Garden. I am 6 followers away from 50 and affiliate status. And then I can't wait to make cute emotes like cats. Module not found. Wow, that's a long error. Oh. It's really not happy. I'm gonna just kill that real quick and figure out what I did wrong. What? Is it because next server page? I don't know what's the deal with that. I don't know why I did that. Strange things. Ah. What's in here? Globals. global. There we go. Yeah, I gotta come up with, you know, some cat drawings or something. Did you get to import your drawings yet, cats? We're alive! Yeah, me too, me too. Let's try to pull the data from the feathers real quick. We're using feathers on this project, Coding Garden. I came back, I love it. I had some trouble getting it set up. I was very confused with the environment variables and it kind of threw me off, but after that I was pretty good. So let me close out that. And what was I going to do? What did I say? Oh yeah, pull some data. Let's do that in our home page. Import data store from src/data/store. See what I did there? And I want to do this in a use effect. I make them async, I don't care. Await data store dot pages find results and console.log results. I'll just log the whole thing out for now. But I'm also going to want to const pages, set pages, use state. Okay. Set pages result.data. Let's just start there. Wrong one. Oops. REST client has already been declared. They gotta update that thing. Oh, they did duplicates. My bad. I'm blaming them for bad documentation. Hey, Melky, what's up, man? How's those squats? You get some squats in? Oh, I saw it. Result. Data. There it is. My first page with the children. Cool, cool. I'm starting to sweat in here. It's getting hot. It's afternoon sun. I'm doing pretty good. Working on the UI part of my Markdown API content. I got some. I do have AC, but it's, what is this, March in Colorado? I don't want to use AC. The problem is I chose to wear this jacket. I don't need this jacket. We're unbuttoning. That's better. Oh, that's better. It's nice out today. Did you get to go outside today? Cats? 60-something degrees. Melky, I don't know what that translates to in Celsius. I think it's 61. .1 Celsius? That sounds nice, huh? Oh yeah, let's pull in Bulma. There's a CDN. Ooh, twice. I haven't gone outside yet. I went to my balcony, but that was about it. I just want the URL. I'm just going to import it, nice and cheesy, like that. I'm going to make out some more files real quick in a second, but let's pull up the docs for now. Sweat. Documentation. So Melky's launching CodePal. CodePal.io. It's alpha right now. I am fortunate enough to get to test it. I've been doing some testing. I submitted a bunch of bugs. I fixed a bunch of bugs, and I got a PR in. I'll probably do a stream where we work on some CodePal stuff. He was working on some file uploads today, so I'll probably drop into one where we'll work on a few things for that. It'd be cool to see this get off the ground. He's got several people on it. He's building an army, basically. PAL army. Okay, what was I looking for? I want that menu. Yes. This menu right here. Okay. Copy this. I'm going to throw this in. Actually, I'm going to make a new component for this, and I'm going to call this notebook nav, because it's going to be the navigation for all the notebook pages. Function notebook nav. And this is going to be that. PAL. Let's change all of our classes to be class name. And let's see that in our... Actually, I'll throw this in here. Notebook nav. Actually, I can't because we'll start with it there. I'll just do that for now. Did I import it automatically? It did. That's nice. There it is. There's our nav. It's huge. So we want a page. I want like a sidebar layout. Let me think about this. Actually, I haven't even shown you my mock yet. I have a mock over here in XD. This is what I'm trying to get to for now. Just the title, the notebook name. This is our navigation, our nested navigation here. And you can add a page. This is our add page form. This is a wireframe. It's not, the actual design. Originally, I was thinking I would do kind of like add different layers of content. Like you could add a code snippet, different types of stuff. But for now, I'm going to start with just a huge text box, something basic. And we'll get there later on. But we're trying to get this nav showing for now. So since it's tied to a notebook, I don't want to put it in my main layout. I want to be able to... This actually should be a notebook page. Let's make a new file. Notebooks/index.js. Actually, we won't list all of them. Cats a million, don't leave again. You don't want to see my shirt coming off too. It's dangerous. Be careful. Okay, so this is actually going to be notebook ID. We're going to get into our dynamic route level. So this is the export default function, notebook page. See, this could use the layout, or I could start making different layouts. I like that auto import, except for it doesn't use my code style. And this will pass in a title with the notebook. Did I spell that right? Notebook. What the? Notebook name. And that's not database, that's data store. Sorry. It actually should be database because it's not a data store. I'll just keep it with data store for now. Please, don't be confused. No, we gotta go to database. Because that's what it is, it's a database, it's not a data store. Data/base? That just looks funny. Let's rename this. No! It's like I'm not even thinking. Database. Yes. Did you update? You did. Okay, database. That's cool. Notebook. Database. Okay. And there's X. I don't remember these names. I'm going to have to look them up. Async. Let's look it up. Next.js dynamic routes. Oh, this is interesting. This is different. I get points for tweeting it? What's going on? Setup? Is this just a whole... get static paths. Okay, that's the one I want. Where is it? Here it is. Get static paths. It's weird that they have something else. This is not their normal docs. Where's their normal docs? Not data fetching. Not API routes. Routing. Dynamic. There we go. Not API routes. Dynamic routes. There we go. This is the one I want. Why? What am I missing? Where's them little code samples? All right, maybe I was in the right place. I don't know. No, this is the page I'm talking about. Data fetching. I thought it was the data fetching page. Okay. I also want this one. So I'm going to pass the notebook ID, and that's going to come from context params.notebook ID, I believe. We'll go with it. Context. And if I believe I have this correct, it should be notebooks.map. And I want to return it with params notebook ID notebook.id. I haven't created a notebook yet. I'm going to have to do that as well. But this is going to come from await database notebooks dot find. I want to find all, and then I want that dot data. I want that dot data. I think that should be it. There are currently no notebooks. So let's create one. Notebook.name. Notebook ID. And actually, I'm just going to pass the notebook in there. Let's take this. Delete that. And do const notebook equals await database.notebooks.find. I think I want find one. Let's take a look at the docs. Ooh, it just got darker out. Let me turn this down a little. Nope. There we go. Okay. Let's look at the REST client, not the REST client, it's the querying. See, this is where I was getting mixed up. The querying. I want to find actually not query, not just find either. I want, I guess it is just find. Query where ID equals that one. Let me just do the result, and I want to console log that out. Because I don't know what that will look like in the end. I think it will give me an array of, let's do this for now. I think it'll give me an array of items, and I want the first one, but I'm not going to keep it like that. That's just terrible. Mountain Trash Panda, hi! What's up? Let's create a notebook, actually, because that's what we really want to do. But I also would like a way to show the notebooks. Let me comment that out for now. And let's go back to our main page and let's list the notebooks. /notebooks/notebook.id notebook.name I don't need an exclamation point on that, do I? Okay, let's pull out them notebooks, huh? I'm just going to change this because this should actually just reuse it all. Notebooks, find. Set notebooks. Okay. Zero notebooks. Creating our first notebook. This is going to be a post. In the body, we want raw JSON. I'm going to call the notebook CHEDDEV. I'm going to give it the slug of CHEDDEV. It's going to be public. And what else is on there? There's a user ID that I want to attach to it too. What's my user ID? I'm just going to do it manually for now. What was I doing that? Okay, is there any other data that I left out of there? Nope. Cool. Let's create it. Not authenticated. That's true. That is true. I am not authenticated. And I don't want it to be right now. I'll just comment out that whole line. Try it again. There it is, created our first notebook. You can go here and refresh. Ooh, error. Link is not defined. Well, that's unfortunate. Import link from next/link. Am I doing it on the right page? I am. There it is. Oh, 1 notebooks. Everybody, I'd like to thank you for all the people that got me here. And my notebooks page kind of works. Let's see, notebooks.map. Cannot read property map of undefined. That was line 28, and that's in our single notebooks page. Maybe this one doesn't do, no, it does the doc data. Oh, it was because of the... I need to wrap that and do .data like that. Am I doing... I'm not doing that anywhere else, I don't think. There it is, my first notebook. I like this one. Boom! Let me go ahead and add the pages that I already made to this notebook. I want to do it manually though, because I already created some pages. Let's add it after here. Let's say notebook ID. It's going to keep that as a string, and it does. That's okay, right? Let's just do that one for now, and then let's try to pull those pages down. I can do that in my hooks. So before, after find, I want to attach pages. Ooh. Okay, so now I can see the need for having to have my middlewares, or not middleware, my hooks named appropriately. It might be better to just put it in here. I mean, let's do that. So there's context. Now in and after, I want to say if context params dot include pages explicitly equals false, then just return. Otherwise, we want to do context.app.service pages find query where notebook ID is equal to the context params query I don't know how it comes through here. I think it would be underscore ID. We'll have to try it. And this is no, this is the find all. That's because I should be. Yeah, this is the find all. So the context.result.data is going to be all of the notebooks. I'm going to want to map over these, and that's going to be a notebook. And then I want that in there. Await. Data. I think that's it. So this will be the find. I'll probably end up moving this to just the get for the single one, because maybe I don't really want to load all the pages right away for all the notebooks, I don't think. That's kind of a performance thing that I'll have to deal with down the road. And this should actually be notebook.id. This is going to make a lot of queries. I might just want to const pages. This is like I did before. I just pulled all the pages. .data. And I'll just find all of them. I do want to include the children. I want to leave it as the default, I think. And in here, instead of doing all this junk, I can just do pages.filter, where page, not page.notebook ID, 2 strings to be safe, equals notebook ID. I think that's right. Let's try it. See if we broke anything. Did I already? Send. Okay. There's the notebook. There's my pages. And I only needed the notebook ID on this first page because I automatically pulled them children in. I wonder if my child pages should have a notebook ID on them. I don't know. I don't know. But in here, we should now be getting that. Now I can do that menu. Let's go back here. In that notebook nav, I don't want it in layout. I want it in here. Notebook equals notebook. So now in notebook nav, this is going to take in the notebook. The pages will be notebook. I can just pull it, just structure it directly off of there. I mean, I guess I can call this pages. And then I'm going to want this one, I believe. Is this what it looked like? Let me see. Seems like so manager team is a subpage. These will be my children. These will be my children. So in here, I want to pages.map. And we're going to take this. Key will be the page._ID. This could be like settings. So I don't necessarily need the isActive, yes. Page.name. And then if page.children and page.children.length is greater than 0, then I want to add the UL and basically this should, my bad, this will be another map. Page.children, this will only support 2 levels, so we have to get a deeply nested level. I'm gonna have to refactor this. Child page. Child page ID. Child page.name. Okay, so that should give us our pages. Oh, there it is. My first page, my first child page, my second child page. Cool. So I definitely don't want this layout to be as wide as it is. Let's call this one that can be on the side there, I think. This should probably be an H2. This will be the specific page we selected. And I'm going to need to do some styles here. So shouldn't be 2 mains, but let's do it anyway. I'm going to call this sidebar layout. And then we'll write some styles for this. I mean, all we really need is flex, but we're going to fix that. Okay, so there's the side bar. When you click on these, I want them to take you to the pages. close out that one. Let me see. How can I get that extra page in there? I want to know how would I have both of those params available in there? Next.js nested route to single page. Dynamic nested route. Something. Oh, someone said, use this hack. That's interesting. I'll go with it for now. An underscore hack. So let me rename it then. No, I guess I'll just keep that. So this will get all the notebooks. Maybe if I just do that and then I allow it to come through. So fallback should allow it to land on that page regardless of whether I say it exists or not. Then I won't have to generate all the URLs ahead of time right now. Kind of a quick little hack for me, but. So then in here, I do want to rename this, so like notebook path key. And I'm going to do that because I'm going to include the underscore. So I'm going to say const notebook ID page ID. I'm going to split that on the underscore. So now I have the notebook ID, and if there's a specific page ID as well, I want to do that. if there's a page ID, then I'm going to want to pull it from the notebook. So I'm going to say notebook.pages.find p dot is equal to page ID. And this might need to be two-stringed, so let's just do it anyway. That should give us the page if we are on a specific page. Notebook is notebook, and console.log page. Let's try it and see, shall we? Okay, refresh. Server error. Notebook path key was not provided. Serializing .page. Undefined cannot be serialized. Null. Let's set it to null. Okay. Let's see if we can go to a specific page. We want to update that notebook nav. This should be, oops. This should be a link. Not that kind of link. That kind of link. And it's going to go to notebook/notebook._id _notes. Oh no, wait, page.id. That seems right. Let me copy that because it's going to be the same down here. And instead of page, it's going to be child page. Now this is getting a little messy. We'll clean it up in a second. And for this class name, I want to say is active if notebook, oh wait, if there is no current page and notebook.id actually there should be a page. There will be a current page at this point. So if current page ._id is equal to this page ._id. And this should be the same. Down here, oops, I also need to write it out. I want to say is active. Otherwise, leave it empty. And instead of child, I want to say child page. I need to pass in current page. Current page. Current page. Current page could be empty, so we'll pass it in if this page. Okay. What did we break? Link is not defined. Next slash link. Wrong one. Okay. My first page. Cannot read property name of undefined. I get that, so it didn't pull up the name, the page correctly. Let's see. Let's look at our code here. There we go. Oh, come on. Let's just do that to prevent the error. Notebook path key. Yeah, it exists. And I'm even... Let's see. I'm getting that, it's just... Oh, it's this one. Silly. Okay. So we'll say if, actually we can just do notebook equals that. Will be nice and simple. There we go. I think that should fix it. Yep. Cool. Is active. Failed there, huh? Is it just because that route doesn't? Oh, no. Let's see. Undefined cannot be serialized. Page ID. Is that why? Yeah, just didn't load the page correctly, I guess. Okay, so, because it's a nested page, it cannot find that one. That's tricky. So, I wonder if I should turn them in a flat structure or something, and then just pick them out as needed. Ooh, little sax man. So in here, instead of if there is no page, then show that. Otherwise, body HTML. And this will actually be dangerously set inner HTML. One too many curly braces. Pick a page. My first page. There's the basic content. This should actually be class name equals content. There you go. Okay, so children pages, I still have to fix that. Might have to make a little helper. Export const get page from notebook. Page ID. And I'm going to say notebook.pages I think I want to do wow. No. I'm gonna, yeah. Dot map. Actually, I wonder if I can find. Yeah, because I want to find the first one. If page dot id dot toString is equal to the page ID, this isn't going to work, right? Because if I return a nested one, then I'm going to want that. Found page, start with null. And we'll just say, I will say find because I want it to stop as soon as I find a match. But if this, hey, just smile, just smile. So I was talking about it, and I think it could be just smile. Is that right? Not just SML? So if it matches, I want to return true. Exactly. Oh, all this time. I think you say that to whatever I would have said. If I would have said it's just SAML, then I want to say found page equals page. Otherwise, I want to go nested. I want to say if page.children and page.children.length. Otherwise, we're going to return false at the end because we did not find it. And at the very end, we're going to return found page. So if page.children and page.children length, ooh. Oh no, I'm doing it a little bit differently. This is a little wonky. I don't want that. I'm going to set it to the found page because I'm going through nested children here. And so once I found it, I'm just going to call it off there. I could probably write this in a different way with just regular for loops, but I like using my high order functions. So we'll try it. So if page children wonder if I can just do while here, huh? But I thought if I return true, it will just return that result. If I return something other than what it gave me, would it return that result? I didn't think it would. Like if I said, if this matched, and instead of returning true, I returned just a string of like, I found it, it wouldn't give me that string, right? I think it would only give me the element that it passed itself. Yeah, return whatever pages, but if I want to grab one of the children from that pages, it won't return that. So that's why I'm don't care, but I'm just trashing it. And I'm going to set it myself on found page. Wow, page.children and page.children.length. I guess I don't need that if then, huh? So I'm going to say page.children. I'll do another find. Child page. I mean, I basically want to do the same thing. Let's say if child page matches the page ID, return true. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. This is getting intense because if I set it to like if I don't find it there, reduce to accumulate one or more matches. Nested reduce sounds gnarly too, yeah. So if I don't find it here, then I basically want to do this whole thing again. So I think I want a recursive function. Yeah. So instead of maybe get page from notebook, I'll also want to do export const get page from pages. Yeah. So I should have been paying attention to those algorithm days, huh? Page ID, pages. And I'm basically going to want all of this code to be in here instead, because instead of that, I'm going to want get page from pages, page ID from notebook dot pages. So that one will be nice and simple. That could be, let's just bring it down there even more. Yeah, Google, right? I mean, it's not like you're going to have a calculator your whole life. Is that the right saying? It's close to it. Okay, so if no pages or pages.length, nah, I'll just assume that it works. So if that one, let page equals now. set it there, and then otherwise, I'm just going to call it on here and say if page.children, then page.children. Found page equals, and then return true. Does that look right to you? Does that make sense? It's actually cleaner than what it was before. See, I can tell when I start getting when I get to that third nested loop, this is when you need to get into recursion probably. So this should go down all of the children. Let's try it. Let's hope not for a hang, okay? Where was I trying to use it though? I was trying to use it in here. Oh, look. Get page from notebook. Just smiles like, yeah, let's try it. Who cares if it hangs the whole machine up? Not equals src/data/helpers. Get page from notebook, and I want page ID from this one, from the notebook.pages. Okay, you feeling lucky, punk? Refresh, just to be safe. My first page, it loaded it. No, it didn't. Did not load the page correctly. Let me see. Get page from notebook. Oh, that's because I did it wrong. I want to pass the notebook and the page ID. Did it totally wrong. Only found page is valid. I'm going to change that because I say get page from notebook. I'm going to say page ID and then notebook. That confused me right there. Naming, so important these days. Only return true if page actually exists. Yeah, otherwise I return false. Found page. Oh. Well, if it found page, because if it goes into there, get page, looks for pages from the page children. You're right, you're right. Oh my gosh, you're right. Cut that. Let's say const match if match found page equals match. Oops. And then I want to return true. When you're right, you're right. How's that? Yeah, that too? Okay. Well, something broke. Cannot read property toString of undefined. Which h2 string? It's probably in here. That's underscore ID. Okay, I think it worked. So it's working for that first page. Now for the true test. Oh, my first child page. All the content's the same. The titles are what's changing. First try. Woot woot. All right. Thank you for the help, Just Smile. Could have saved us hours. Hours. Oh yeah, cat dance. Cat dance don't work on stream. Sorry. Cool. So now we need to get to our edit screen. Should I save this with what we have so far? Might as well. Let me stop logging those results. Let me see, did I put console.logs anywhere else? That one. I guess we can add a... Actually, let me add a link back page. Before the name, after the name. I class FA left. All notebooks. This will go back to slash. And let me pull in my font awesome. Oops. CD in JS is just so simple. And I'm also going to pull this just in here to be simple for now. Link is not defined. There it is, all notebooks. I probably want to make that a button. Let's look at the button styles. I think I want button outline, or this one. Just the classic button, huh? Yeah, sort of. There should be a thing with an icon too. I believe. Where is that? There we go, on that one. Icon. Oops, one too many. that fix it? No. I'm getting another span there. Yeah, another span around the text. Okay. I think they have some new spacing helpers too. Bulma. Helpers. Like, there we go, spacing. For bottom, so I want MB dash something number. MB dash 1. No, that's way small. 2. That's also way small. 3. Okay, let's just go to 6. Okay, let's go to 4. Let's go to 5. There we go. That seems reasonable. Maybe I should put the all notebooks above. Okay. And how do I get that? Oh no! Lights out. Hold on, let me get my charger. We're coding in the dark. Wow, this thing is really tangled. You're gonna have to give me a minute. Oh! I just almost lost the whole power cord. The whole power set. Plugs in on this side. There we go. Wow, is that brighter? Ooh. Let's turn that bad boy down. There we go. Okay. Power is back. Don't need that in there. What was I doing in here? Oh, I wanted to P-5. There we go. All notebooks. Cool. Let me fix that pages. Instead of doing it in here, let's just pass it in. Async, what is it called? Get static props. So that should just pass it all in. So when we go back here, it should be instant now and not There it is. Cool. Okay. The cat. Blame the cats. No, she's... Oh, she is sleeping on the couch. Real cozy. She real cozy. Don't you worry about her. Cool. I'm going to take a break for 1 second. And then we'll come back and we'll do some more. Do the next steps. Actually, let me commit this for now. Git CI. This is the UI. Listing notebooks and pages. There is no listing notebooks with all pages. Okay. Take a break. BRB. Feeding the cat. BRB, y'all. No, no, I wasn't eaten by the cat. I'm still here. Could have been, though. I forgot I had that nice little BRB GIF. I also got this one. For hydrate. Wait, this side? No, this side. Hydrate break, y'all. And I got a new one too. I don't know what to use it for. Huh? What do you think I should use it for? Oops. Light went out. This is when you're beating yourself up over code. Cute! Yeah. Okay. Back to the notebook. So now, I need all the CRUD actions. Was there Babel issues? Oh yeah, I get it. Babel issues, yeah. Yeah, that's the life. Still such a pain, man. This is only why I use Create Next App, because it just works out of the box. I don't got to set that stuff up. I haven't set one of those up in so long, and I wouldn't do it again. Unless I had to, of course, then I would do it again. So, let's do an edit. Shall we? I want another one of them buttons. Oh, I can drop that out. We are no longer using that. I've got all my notebooks. Notebook nav should be good for now. I can add an edit button on it, but I'm going to add it on the page for now. We'll come back to that. Don't need that. Okay, we're in here. We're in the notebook page. Where did I have it? Up here? /edit. So the other thing about this Next.js is, like, if I want to add an edit page in here now, that's a little tricky. How would I do that? I'll do the basic hack way for now, I guess. Down our path key, split it, and let's pull action as well. Action ID? We can do that. I'm just going to call the default to be view. And then here, /notebooks. Can I just do dot? I don't want to do ./ actually. Let's see. If I did just that, what will it show up as? I don't want to say all notebooks. I want it to say edit, and I want that to be the pencil, I believe. Maybe not. Okay, notebooks edit. So I want notebook ID underscore, not notebook, page ID. Did that one wrong. /edit? No. Underscore edit. Is that right? can't see it, but yes, that's what I want. I gotta figure out this routing stuff, but I'll do that off stream. Nah. It's okay, just smile. You can be distracted. I won't blame you. It's your girlfriend, isn't it? She's getting between us. Should have known. So edit. If action is equal to view and that could probably be a simple component later on. Otherwise, if action equals edit, then I'm going to say edit page form. That's the page. That's going to be a new component, everybody. The edit page form. Finally to the form. On SumBit, on submit. This one feels very ABBA-ish. Unlimited love. I'm going to want to pull that from Bulma. But before we get too deep into the form, let's just do that. Let's pull it in. Edit page form. I could use one component to edit and add. You're right. I usually end up doing that. So yes, that's a good idea. I will probably change that right now. Page form. Rename page form. And I'll just pass a mode. How about that? I might not need that page there later, but we'll go with it for now. Page form. Got that. I changed that. Let's just call oops. Turn array to the prop. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. Mode. Well, Let me do a safety check down here. Because if it's not one of these matching ones, I guess I'll worry about that later, you're right. You're always right. So if action does not equal view, there, like that. Yeah? And I'm just gonna put that in there for now. So I could have an issue where someone types in a non-valid action, but I'll worry about that later. I like to code for the happy path first, and then I'll come back later and fix my edge cases. I don't want to worry about it in the meantime. Okay, so mode. Well, actually, I want to see, does that edit work? There was something else I think I needed to do for the action ID. I need to pass that down as the action item. I'm just going to call it action. Then okay. What aren't you happy about? Man, these errors are deep. Action is not defined. Of course it isn't. That's up here, I believe. See, this is where TypeScript could come in handy, but it's just so much more fun to find those bugs, right? Right, y'all? And what is that font awesome icon name? I thought it was pencil. I must not have written it right. FA pencil. Edit? Okay. I must, you know what? I don't know what version of Font Awesome I grabbed. I was gonna say it's probably 5. I want a different one. I want the 4.7. I'm still on 4.7. Which one do they use? CD and JS. Shoo! Four 4.7.0. There it is. Okay, so when I click this, there's my edit form. Okay. Now let's get some form inputs in there, huh? I feel like I usually do. Do they have it with the label or no? I guess not. Let's copy this. So I usually do label What was this? I'm calling it title, but I actually call it name in my thing. Class input. This is why I like to call it title instead. I'm going to change title. Change it to title everywhere. Now, yeah. How's that look so far? Got a title. That's a title, all right. What did I call? I mean, not that. Where's my mock? I need a parent and the content. That's going to be a drop down. I'll leave it as a plain thing for now. And then this will be content. And I call it body. That's actually going to be a text area. Does it work for them with cool. Rows 5. Is that how you do it? Guess not. Yeah. I clicked on the W3 Schools link. Don't tell anyone, guys. Is it because I have that class input on there? Yeah, I should be doing class text area. There we go. Class name MV-5. Let's see, is that too much? That also should be displayed block probably. Help us. I could. I'm trying to use their basic stuff here, but for now. But I am going to do a better design. Is block. I think that's what I wanted. Yes, yes. I am a Flexbox lover though. Flexbox is my favorite. Grid is okay. I can do some stuff with Grid. Default value equals page dot parent ID. Default value equals page dot name. I'm going to leave it as name everywhere else. I need to synchronize those at some point, but did I put the default value on here still? I think so. page.body. Yep. This may be a fancier editor down the line, but we'll see. And I want this form to be pretty that's not big at all. That's big. Okay. And then at the bottom, we want a save button. Is success. This will be. Oh, thank you, thank you. Save page. Type equals submit. Boom. And let's do a cancel too. I think this one. MB. Oh no, not MB. MR5. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's bump up those rows, shall we? I would like to make this in the fully expanding, auto-expanding thing, so we'll get to that at some point. Maybe not today. So also, I don't need that edit button up top if... Where is that? There it is. That can be inside our view. There we go. My first page. I'll have to do some fancy work to pull this, but we can do that. Okay, let's edit the content and save it. So I like to use form data. Page equals. And I want parent ID to equal form data.get parent ID or undefined. And I want name to be form data.get title, yeah. I also forgot to put some requireds on these. So this one's required, and this one is required. Body, form data.get. A whole lookup component? Oh man, how much time you got? No, I built so many of those, but that's what I'm trying to decide. What do I want to do? Do I want to pull something in, or do I want to make my own? It could be a lot of work. Body? Did I call it body or content? Body. Cool. This will probably be an empty array. And then for these, I'll probably want to say that or empty. or empty, or empty for when we're in edit mode. Okay. Mode. This should be page info because I already have page coming in. Edit page. I think that's it. Let's try it. Class, do you mean class name? Of course I mean class name. Where did I use class? Copy pasting those docs, that's what happens. Component has a small surface, only pass the parent ID state. Encapsulated, you'll want to connect to a list view of dictionary / HTTP lookup. You ever built one of those, man? It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of work. There's a lot of gotchas on those things. Okay, so let's take out the basic content. Save. No parent ID. Got the body and it's got the name. What other properties do I have on that page? Orders new, I don't have that yet. Slug. I have them on there now. I might just automate that. So I'm going to leave it out for now. So I really only want, oh, the notebook ID as well. Notebook ID, parent ID, name, and body. No, I'll just call it notebook ID. Yeah, so I've been going back and forth. I do want to change this on my code everywhere, but we'll do that in a second after I get it working. So there's the notebook ID, so I need to also pass that into here. You can do that? You can just pass form data in like that? I didn't know that. And it just pulls all the fields out of the form for you? I mean, as long as I don't need to convert anything, that's pretty cool. It works out. But that should work. Okay, that, and I'm going to change this. No. I'll say if page info dot parent ID, then I'm going to delete it. One of the accepted body parameters. Buffers and stuff too. That's pretty fancy. That's nice for like file uploads and stuff, right? You can just pass the file or just pass the form and then it'll take the file uploads. Wow. Wow. That's a nice benefit I've never even known of. Okay, refresh. I got my notebook ID, my body, and my name. Cool. So I should be able to send that, and I've already got my command working. I actually have, oh, but you know what? I'm using the Feathers client, so in the database. So I'm using their methods to update. So it'll actually be, I don't know if I could pass it with them, but database.pages. I'm guessing update, but let's look at it. Update. You give it the ID and the value to update with. So that would be, oh, I might want to keep the ID too. Duh. And I don't know, actually I need to see whether it's a new or, ooh, this chair, not good for me. Not good. Okay, so if mode equals, did I call it add or create? I don't know. This will probably be create with just page info. Otherwise, I'll do an else if. Mode equals edit. And I want to update did I pass in? I guess I can just do page.id with the page info. And I think that's making a put under the hood. Oh, not const. Let result. I'll do some error checking and whatnot later, but for now, clean that up later. If result I wonder what that data is. Console.log. I'm just going to log the results. And I think that's it. I will want to navigate back. So I'll say, I think it's router.push. I want to go back to the actual page. So it'll be notebook ID. Underscore. I'd like to do a little helper method to be able to generate all these URLs too if I'm going to be figuring this routing thing out like this. Page.id. Melky Dab, back again. Ooh, that's a good pow fist. You could Photoshop that thing. Pow! Oh, was I waiting? Sorry. Nice. Oh, wait. Is this a raid or something? Oh, Mastermind is raiding. Oh, wow. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Mastermind, thanks for the raid, man. What were you guys doing over there? We're working on a, what is it called? A Markdown Content Editor. Sorry, I was in the middle of writing code. I think I broke some stuff. Oh, async. Await. Oh, playing some Pokemon games? Did you open any Pokemon cards? I don't have any, but I know the excitement. I've tuned in for a plenty of pulls. Double raid. Someone else coming? Someone else here? Or did you guys get raided right before? Hey, Lacate. We're building out, okay, I just fixed the error. So I'm building out this headless content API. It's using just Markdown ideally. I'm building out the interface for it right now. Oh, Bashy. Oh, Bash Bunny. Sorry, Bashy. I always, in my head, I always think of you as Bashy Bunny. Fall for that every time. Wow, guys. You're really piling it on. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Bashy. I like Bashy Bunny. Slow mode. It's like 3 seconds slow mode. That's so you don't. How? 5 seconds. 3 seconds? What do you want? Too slow. Too slow for your games. All right, I'll turn off slow mode for your raid messages. Sorry. How do I? There he is. Off. Slow mode is off. Next is better. Yeah. I don't know Vue that well, but I usually do React stuff. So. Bash Bunny, Mastermind, how's it going? How's it going? How's the drop game doing over there, Bash? Any hundreds? I've been seeing a lot of hundreds popping up lately. Things are getting pretty suspect, if you ask me. You know, hundreds are popping up all of a sudden out of nowhere. Like, I don't have a drop game, sorry, but I gotta add that. I gotta get on OBS. I'm still not even on OBS yet, man. Conspiracy? I know, we're talking conspiracy theories already. But no, it's not really. So we're building this notebook app. This content, Markdown content one. And I built a notebook. My notebook is ChedDev. I have my pages here. I'm working on it in like a nested page fashion, so you can assign pages to parents. So this is my first page that I made, some basic content, some Markdown. I'm working on the Markdown editor right now. You can have child pages as well. And then if you want to edit a page, you can click Edit. And we're working on this edit form right now. So this is the parent page that it's attached to. And the title, I just worked on this stuff. We've got it sort of saving. If you click Save, I was just working on that part right now to send it to the server. And so just so you know what we're working in, this is a Next.js app. The backend API is powered by Feathers.js. We did some of that already. Don't really need Next.js. You know, I'm not going to be pre-rendering this per se, but I just use it as like my environment most of the time. So it's a React-based UI, super simple to use. There's no TypeScript, which is great. There is no linter, which is great. I can just screw things up and hunt for bugs later, which I love to do. So yes, my pages, pages have children, and they're going to be able to have children of their own. And this is going to go all the way down, ideally as deep as you want. My goal is to make it kind of like a docs type thing as well. You can be able to use it to generate docs or nested chapters kind of thing, you know. We will be getting into MDX someday. We're not there yet. Zoe dog? You know, I have a cat named Zoe. You want to see Zoe? 1 second. Zoe, come here. The people want to see you. Headphones. She's black. Can you see her? It's dark. Oh man. Write once, debug 100 times. Yep. Yeah, I like the bug hunt. And I'm working on these projects by myself, so it's cool. Zoe appearance. Oh, if you can help it out with the follow. I'm trying to get to 50 followers so I can get, what's it called? Affiliate. And then I can have channel points, and then I can have redeems. Oh, I am over 50 now. I got 63. That's dope. Why doesn't it tell me when people follow? Jeez, man. You know, this internet stuff is just like, whoa. Yeah, coming from Java, I could see how you would like TypeScript for sure. And I think they made it for people like you. People like you. No, not in that sense. But I like the messiness of JavaScript. I like that you can do very crazy things with it and you can get wonky. You know, that's how I learned JavaScript. So I like to keep it around. I am working on some TypeScript app though. I'm learning TypeScript just so I can have a job in the future. But, you know, I can't say I don't love it. Cool, so hopefully I can get affiliate, I can get some channel points, and then you guys can redeem channel points to hang out with Zoe. She might hate it, but if I feed her enough, she'll enjoy it. Yes, if someone else has to maintain it, that's a problem for sure. And if it was going to open source this, I would definitely get into the point of doing TypeScript and all that, but I'm kind of prototyping for fun. Type ORM backend, I've never used that. Is that a framework? Or is that a library, an ORM library? I'm using Feathers. They had a TypeScript option, but I did not set it because I didn't want TypeScript in there. Yeah, normally I do use ORM. So this is, it's not an ORM, it's basically just a little library, but all I have to do, which is what I'm filling out right now, is like database pages create, and then it will create that and give it back to me. So yeah, so you still built out your own types later on. You didn't actually use it in your app? That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. Okay, so if the mode is add, well, if the mode is edit, this is what we're really testing right now. And we want to do update with the page info, the result, and then if there's a result, log it out and go back to that page. Let's try it. Are you guys ready? Back to the code, dude. Oops. Let me edit my first page. I'm going to delete out this top content. All right, Bash Bunny. Thanks for the raid. Catch you later. I'm surprised I've gone this long. I was watching you earlier before I started. And I thought I'd be done before you, but guess not. Okay, do you even code? Save page, error, database is not defined. See, another TypeScript. Would have caught that, right? src/data/database. I think I don't like to use them because legacy root. I think that was a burn. I like to be beginner friendly in the sense of like not having all these things to import and mess with and whatnot. So I try to keep it bare bones, but maybe it makes it more confusing. Never thought about that. Okay, so we got it. Save. Router is not defined, but it should have saved that one. Save result. I didn't update something else on my backend, but this should be use router. And I want that from next. Yeah, the URL split underscore. I haven't figured out how to do kind of a nested view URL structure with Next.js yet. Have you delved into that? This is Bulma, by the way, Zodog. Oops. Oh, wait. Is that? I'm gonna have to look this up. Next/router. I think that might be it. So because of the URL, when you add a new slash here, it matches up to in your files. So I would have to create another folder and another file, but I want to keep this left layout here and just change this part of it, you know? So normally that would be something you kind of pass in with your components, and Vue, they have like slots for that. I don't know how they handle that in Next.js, and I need to figure that out. Because I know you're kind of on your own to build your own components. So that's something I got to work on. Yeah, children. I'm passing it in like that, but the problem is it would be a whole nother file. I'd have to reuse all of this header code. So I have to make that into a reusable component probably. Let me look at the Next.js docs and see if I did that right. Routing. Are you going to mention it in here? Use router. Yeah. Okay. Next/router. So I think we're good. You can also use notebook path and it will turn into an array for each item. Ah! See, that's what I'm looking for, Kid Quab. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm looking for. Because I did want like slash, oops. The route, it's going to be hard to see. Let me blow this up for you. So it's notebook slash, that's the notebook ID, and then that first one, that would be a slash, and then this would be the page ID, and then it would be slash edit. So let's mess with that after I double check this. My first page. It didn't work because it didn't convert the code over. That's in here in my hooks, not notebooks. It's in my pages hooks. I currently only have the convert markdown on create, but I also want to do it on update. Let me double check. Oh, and patch. And let me double check Yes, that should work the same. Okay, refresh. Do you even code? So it opens the door for an easy refactor should you choose to make a layout component for the interior components. Yeah. I knew it was cheesy when I was doing it. I felt it, but I didn't know the right way, and I didn't want to get caught up in it. I wanted to get most of here, and then I knew someone like you would come along and tell me how to do it. Thanks, ScapeWeb. Okay. Do you even code? Save. Body HTML. There it is. So we are now editing. I'm pretty sure that's persisting correctly. It is. My first page. Let's say introduction to the web. Do you even code? I'm going to start with hello world. Such a mid-level. It's true. It's true. I like to refactor, actually. So my thing is like hack it all together, and then I refactor it to make it better. The hacking is what's fun about coding, you know? Getting something working. Hello world, do you even code? This is going to be a great introduction. Let's throw some formatting in there. First, make it exist. There it is. It's editing. Oh, man. See, I feel that on the inside. Do you feel that? You guys feel that too? It's exciting, right? Okay. So now I need to create a new one. Yeah, quitting when it's 90% done. I know that. This is my third project on stream now. The last one, it's not even like, it's totally working fine, you know? And now I only need to come back for bugs, so, but it's not done. It's never done. The web is never done. Quote, the social network circa 2004 or something. I'm not sure when that came out. Okay, let's add a new page. Back? Such a mid-level developer again? Is it because I quoted the social network? Where did I want that link? I want that in my... Not in 2004? What year was it? $2010? Oh man. Look, people love it, alright? 92% of Google users like the movie. I'm afraid to like it because I don't want them to start publishing everywhere, but I like it. Ah, that's what I see. I should be quoting Steve Jobs, yeah. I get it. That's fair. That's fair. Where is my... Yes, let's copy this and let's say add page. I think I'm going to do it on the nav. Before the notebook nav. I think it's plus square. Yep, sort of. We gonna need to flex that. Oh yeah, I want it to be. It's in a flex right now, so I want those to be together. There we go. And page. And this is going to be /note, oops, book /note book dot underscore ID. See, this one would normally have a page with it. But that's not right. We're doing such mid-level dev work. I'm going to do null. And then in here, I'll say null. Let's try that. Wah, wah, wah. So it's probably because there should be no page. Oh yeah, there is no page. And this is what I need to fix on my routing. Action equals view. Otherwise, if there's a page and this doesn't need to be in there. This actually needs to be out here. Parent ID of null. What was I? Oh. So it's passing page as null. I think I wanted them to find. Oh no, that's because of, okay, that's why I changed it to null. Because they need it to be null. What was my error outside of that? All the way to the bottom. Parent read property, parent ID of null. Coming from my page form. Oh. Not there. Or undefined. There we go. I should fix it. Cool. All right, this is our ad page. Line 45, is it? I don't know what it said, but it's really because this was null and I was passing null into the page form. I want it to actually be undefined if I'm not using it, or if it's not there. So the parent page, I still need to fix that, set that up, but we can say what is Sass? Let's try some code blocks. Container. No. No, we'll do a margin of 10px. Save the page. Okay, so it's the redirection doesn't work, but it created my page. Introduction to Sass. What is Sass? There it is. Let's fix the redirection. Ideally, I would want to do just like a callback, but I didn't. Did I log out what the result is? Save results. And there, I want that. Cool. So let's add another page, test that. No parent page. Actually, let's try to add it to this. Copy link address. What I really need is just that. So that should be a child of Introduction to Sass. When to use Sass. Feeling sus, huh? Save page, and there it goes. It redirects us there. Cool. And then we can edit it from there if we needed to. Save it. It's there. Yeah, man. I'm still using Sass too. And get this, Zodog, you're gonna like this. I'm using the SASS Sass, not SCSS. I actually just started using this recently because once you start getting a lot of styles in here without the curly braces and the semicolons, oh, Zo wants to visit. I know, right? It saves a lot of space. She's getting lonely. She needs some attention. I fed her dinner already. She can't be too hungry. So, look at the screen. There you go. Ah, yes. Thank you. Oh, don't claw me to death, please, for the love of God. No, no, no. Oh. Let go! Okay. We're done. Done with the cat. Zocat XOXO needs a channel. Yeah. We could stream her sleeping 18 hours a day. Yeah, sometimes she gets hooked on me. There's actually a lot of, you probably won't be able to see them, there's a lot of holes in my shirt. She hangs out right here. Scratches. But you know, that's cats. That's cats. Okay. So the last thing I wanted to do, I mean, I guess I could delete them too. Let's delete, we could delete one. I wanted to add little icons too to say like to add a subchild here, nice and easy. Let me do that first, because that'll be easier and quicker. So that's in the notebook nav. Oh, and then we could also change out those, the params, URL params as well. Mountain Trash Panda, we get it. You love Zoe. You're not even here for me, okay? We get it. Parent ID as a search param so you can set the input. Yeah, so we're going to do that so we can automatically. Hey! Automatically populate that, which is the plan. So if it's a child page, actually, I'm going to do it on both of these. I'm going to say, I've already got a link to go there. It could be a button inside of it, but that's kind of nasty. Whatever, let's start with it. I want to copy that icon code. Just that. And I want plus square. I mean, this should really be a link. But what does it look like right there? Pretty nasty. I don't want it to be a full button like that, though. I'm already inside of a next link right now, so that's what I'm trying to think of. Should I put two items side by side? I think that is more of the ideal situation. Let's do that. So I'm going to make this into like one big hoverable thing. Or do they have, I don't know how they do the group buttons too, but oops. I want to cut that. And I want two of them side by side. Top one's going to go to the view, the bottom one's going to go to add. I don't want that page in D. I think I want null still though. And I think I do, yeah, I want. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have an unstyled button. I'll have to take a look. Should we add another URL param? Yeah, we'll call that one the parent ID. This would be page._ID. And this won't need that class name on it. This is the one it will be with the icon, which I don't have copied anymore. I don't know if I'll need that. What does it look like? Yeah, we'll fix the style. So let's do, I think it's flexed. Nope. Is flex. Is flex. There we go. I'm not going to want that to show all the time, of course. And this one's going to have a title. Add child page. So right now it thinks it's going to a new page, which it is, but then on the end we want to pull out that D. And the last one is going to be parent ID. So that's going to come through there. Definitely going to need to do some refactoring here. Is that going to fail on other pages? We'll see. Page form. Let me go to another page real quick. I thought I was going to error out. I think it's because this should be null. Yeah. What? CM Griffin? Zodog, it does not show up yet. Hey, CM Griffin, what's going on, man? Thank you for finally tuning in. Now, I know you're streaming like almost all day, so it's nice to finally get you here, man. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I appreciate it. So we're working on this content API. I've got these pages here. Actually, I got notebooks. There's only one notebook for now. The idea is it's kind of like a doc structure where you've got a page and then nested pages, categories and nested pages. You can click on them to view them. If I wanted to edit a page, I could come and edit it now. And save that. And I got my changes. If I wanted to add a page, I could do that. And right now I'm working on adding a child page. Yeah, that marketing site. Did you you like building marketing sites? You've got a marketing site for a lot of your products. I guess the Git machine, is the Git machine, have you committed it yet? Is it working? I know you wrote down notes for them, but I can't remember if you started writing the code for it or not. All right, Trash Panda, go enjoy your trash. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I do like making marketing sites too. I actually never get around to doing them, but I think it's a good idea. I think projects should have their own dedicated site. I need to update my follower goal because it is not correct. I'm up to 68. You could buy a theme for sure. I like CSS and stuff. Normally I write my CSS by scratch, and I like designing things too, so I would definitely try to build one out myself. Let's update my follower thing. You gonna go get some dinner and then come back and play some games or watch something, Griffin? All marketing sites do look the same. That's all the more reason I want to build a marketing site of my own that doesn't look like those. But just that generic, like, you know, item on the left, item on the right, item on the left, back and forth. Be like, you know, it gets old. It's Friday night, all up in the air. Edit 68. Oh, 50. Ah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. I've never seen you play Jackbox before. I'd join in on a Jackbox round. I don't have a lot of those other games that you're playing that I've seen you playing so far, so I usually play the ones you play with other people that are classic, like Nintendo stuff or Rocket League, you know. Okay, so add a child page. We're trying to pull that parent ID right now. The parent ID, and I pass it into the page form, but I haven't taken it out of the page form yet. So parent ID, page.parent ID or parent ID or empty. There it is, it's populated. And I think I chose to make this a SAS page. All right, Griffin, I'll catch up with you later maybe. Thanks for the raid. Get some good grub. Which flavor of SAS? Oops. Do you want SAS or SAS in your SAS? Save page. There it is, and it's a child. Cool. The only other thing I need is a delete. And, well, on the children, I want to be able to make children as well. I haven't gone 3 levels deep yet. Let's do that. That is in my nav. I want to copy what I did up here. So this should be spam. Class name is flex. Ah, Zodog, you're a gal all this time? I've been calling you, have I been calling you dude? I'm sorry. .less is old. Now that is old school. Come on. I thought .less is dead enough by now. I thought SAS was old school, but okay, child page. Oh no, not that. I want child page.id. Let's test that out. So there would be a nice to figure out how to hide those. In the darkness, is it because it's totally dark back there? It's scary, huh? I didn't see anyone. Come on, Flagman, I'm not gonna fall for that. When to use Sass. Are you ready for Sass? Let's get started then. Say page. Ah, so I bet it's there. It just, maybe it's not there because it should have loaded the page. 3 levels might not be working. Or is it because it's probably my back-end code? Let's look at it real quick. Find. I want that latest one. It's got a notebook ID and a parent ID. Is that you're saying? Such a mid-level developer. Why wouldn't that be there? I think it's just because I'm not nesting this. So I want to build this as a reusable component now. Magnetic, welcome back. It's been a while. We've got some pretty good progress now. I'm ready to turn this into another component. Ooh, this chair, it's terrible. So pages nav.js. And in notebook nav, I want to take everything from here and I want to say pages nav like that. I think that's it. I might stream Code Wars Kata someday. Is there a couple you want to work on? Can you find maybe a couple that you would want to see me code? If they're not too hard, don't make them too crazy. Export default function pages nav. It's going to give me the pages. The only thing I'm thinking is I think I want to move the UL in here. So it should be pages.map page and then that code. AJ Hawkeye. Devs using Mac OS over other OSs, is it similar to do with path environments, or is it the simplicity of UI, or is there another reason you haven't heard of? It's usually a preference of some kind. I first started on PCs, and then when I started doing development, I did switch to Macs. Actually, I switched to Macs before that because I was doing like media type stuff in Photoshop and all that, and that was kind of the de facto. And then I started development after that, so I started on a Mac. I don't know Linux very well, and I don't want to mess around with Linux, so that's why I don't use that. And Windows, I don't use it because I've never developed on Windows, and it's a little bit different of an environment, so I'm not as familiar with it. So it would be a learning curve that I don't really care to get. Also, I do like Macs. I'm pretty sunk into the ecosystem. You know, I've got an iPhone, and things sync between it. It's pretty cool. I like that. Senior developers use Windows? I think they use Linux. Zodog, I'm starting to think you're a mid-level developer. Mid-level developer. A lot of Mac OS does translate over to Linux and Unix legacy root. So I could get it. I mean, I could know what I'm doing for sure, but it would just take me longer. God of Mellows calling you out. The developers who use Windows I've seen have been like C# devs for obvious reasons, because it's more Windows based. Ah, seniors and elderly. Oh, shoot. I had it all wrong. All wrong. I do use VS Code. What do you use? Are you in Vim? Are you in NeoVim? You better say one of those if you want to be a senior dev, so. Text Wrangler? Oh man, I used Text Wrangler back in the early 2000s. Yeah, so Chuck hates Windows too. He sounds like a senior developer. And developing on Windows, I mean, I'm sure there's some gotchas, but my debugging in Windows is a lot worse than my debugging in Mac as well. And when I first had a Mac, was when they first had the dual boot PC. So I actually booted up the PC side separately as well. And I was using both, but then eventually I dropped it. Definitely whatever you're comfortable with. Oh, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna move this pages nav. That should be that. And then, so I want this, and if the page has children and the page length, this is where I want to go and nested. Pages nav. The pages are going to be the pages.children. And there's other props I'm supposed to pass in here, right? Notebook ID, I believe. What am I generating? I'm using notebook. Okay, that's the only place I'm using it. Current page. And then I think that's it. notebook ID equals notebook ID. Oh, I don't need that at all. I need link in here. And let's see what we broke. Pages nav is not defined. Map of undefined. Pages notebook dot pages. Which one is this? Okay, it's rendering the first level. Hey, Trash Dev, what's up? Did you get your... I was tuned in earlier. What were you working on? Drag and drop stuff? Did you get it all working? I did a drag and drop thing a little while ago and it was confusing, but easier than it used to be. Okay, so why, if page children and page children length is it not going one level deeper? Works now. Hey. Let me do some. Oh, I don't have a. My React extension, my React tools, allowed to run in how do I allow it to run incognito? There we go. Okay, close that out. Inspect. Oh, maybe I have to restart something. Whatever. Why aren't my children showing up? Stack Overflow noob here. What is the purpose of React.js? I've always been recommended, I just don't want to dedicate time to learning it. Well, if you're going to be a JavaScript or front-end developer, you're probably going to have to learn it. What kind of development do you want to do? If you're going to be back-end, you could put it off for a while. Let me just console log some stuff out, I guess. Full stack-ish. Yeah, you probably would want to learn React or some front-end framework like that so you are well-rounded. chances are pretty good you'll be working on a React project. So let me show you in 1 second. Sass is a little outdated. You could learn Sass. Zodog is on a hate tear today. Maybe they're always like this. I don't know. This is the first time I've met them. I don't really know them. I'm not associated with them. Okay. So, AJ Hawkeye. When we built this site here, we're changing a lot of things on the page. So when I click here, this route changes, the content on the page changes. The browser handles that stuff for you normally, but what React does is it allows it to take over and allows us to swap those things out, like make what we call DOM updates much easier. Normally writing this stuff from scratch to do this kind of single page app style, it's just the style of development that is hot these days. And that's what React.js is. It's a single page app library. It's not a full framework, but it's just the view side of things. So Ajax for the front end, Ajax will make requests to the back end to get data and then bring it back. And React is the view part that lets us render things on the page. So you can kind of think of it as a templating library, but it's also got some extra stuff built into it to allow you to pass data around the page. Once you start building applications and you have a lot of data moving around and you're passing data between things, like for instance, when I click on this plus, I'm passing this data in there, I'm passing other data in about like what notebook I am tied to. So there's a lot of that stuff I have to maintain, and a lot of that is code that we've rebuilt over and over again and again until you get into something like a framework or a library to ease that. React is a library to ease the printing of the views on the page, basically. Slowly, CSS is getting key features, so tooling won't be needed in the near future. Right now, post-CSS seems to be winning between less and Sass. Yeah, so post-CSS is definitely on the rise. That's why I think Sass is kind of old school, but you could learn the basic stuff of Sass, like nesting is nice and whatever, and variables, but you can also learn those in post-CSS, and CSS is getting those as well with CSS variables, right? So these are all crutches until it's something that's available freely in the browser. And then once it is, there really isn't a reason to use the old stuff anymore. So they will die out. Just like React is supposed to be an idea to replace web components until web components are fully supported. But it's still not great support, and React is easier to use than web components, I would say. So eventually, we'll get there. Yeah, Space Jam website. One of the most famous websites of all time. There was some DHTML in that Space Jam website, though. There had to be. That's back when it wasn't even JavaScript yet. It was called DHTML, Dynamic HTML. And that was what they meant by swapping things out with JavaScript. Oh, the good old days. Dreamweaver. Oh, I never actually used Dreamweaver. I used GeoCities. I built my first site in GeoCities, and then I hand-coded it later on with Text Wrangler, which you're still using, Zodog. And Macromedia Flash. That was good too. That was one of the things I started learning development because I wanted to be able to build things in Flash. I was more of a visual person, and then Apple came along and killed it, right? So TrashDev used to actually code ActionScript. That's cool. See, that's what I was trying to learn that, and then they killed it, so I got to I started to learn JavaScript so I could do more things like that. So Doug, are you even paying attention? It's like you're just here to talk trash. So this is a headless CMS that is going to serve content to my portfolio site. It's basically a Markdown editor. And that's what we're building. Right now we're stuck on trying to get these nested pages to show. And I don't know why they are not. Yeah, Notion. Notion plus WordPress, starting from scratch. Notion doesn't have an API yet, so this will be more advanced than Notion. I know they're working on it, but it's not here yet. This is actually more similar to Gitbook, if you've ever used that. People use it to build docs, and I got access to they have a beta API that they're releasing, and I have access to it. I have to play with it because I was going to try to use that, but I already started this project, so I figured I'd keep going with this for fun. So I have my pages. Those are the two main ones. It's got the children. Why is it not? Oh, because I'm not passing in the page. I'm just passing in pages. Does that matter? Notebook pages. Oh, you got connects to those unofficial Notion APIs? Just smile? Once you hook it up. I don't even use Notion, but I do like it. I do think it's a great product. Hawkeye is just hard-coded in HTML, JavaScript, and PHP. Let me tell you, Hawkeye, you're never going to feel as much joy as you're feeling right now. You're going to get into these frameworks, and you're going to wish you could be coding just HTML, JavaScript, and PHP. No, it's not terrible. It's just there's so much more going on, you know. But those were the simple days. Such a mid-level developer. Hey, Hawkeye will take that. That's a compliment. I like to say negative things to try to persuade people, you know, knock out the weak people up front. I want to know you really want it. Okay, so I'm passing in those pages. I'm wondering if Hawkeye, are you messing with us? Are you really just faking to be a beginner? And you're just testing us, just sizing us up. I opened a W3 School page today. Don't, it's going to be on the VOD, but I'm not totally proud of it. That's good. You're in formal training right now. Why isn't my pages showing up? So the pages nav, it should be page.children. Why is nobody paying attention? There it is. Damn, sad. Just lots of doing the thing. Yeah, I didn't go to school. All right, so dog, I get it. Yeah, I have the incognito pages just because, you know. I learned coding through coding myself. I spent a lot of time heads down breaking things. And that was, I mean, looking back on it, you know, that was the funnest part. So that's why I'm saying you're definitely in the fun part right now, learning it. It can be a struggle. You'll spend 8 hours doing something that will take you 1 hour in the future, but it's fun. It's fun. Okay, so let's add this page. I mean, I guess that's... Yeah, cookie nonsense extension. I mainly do it so my recent searches don't show up. I don't know what I've been searching for, but it's probably not something you need to know about. That too. Synchronize your whole website from one header PHP file. Yeah, I used to use PHP to write like template for pages. That was good. See, that's what you can use, that same kind of templating you're doing in PHP, and you can do that in React. Normally, you can't do that with just HTML and JavaScript. You have to write some extra code to be able to do that. But with React, you can use ES6 imports and exports, and that allows you to do those kinds of things in JavaScript directly in the client. Let's save this final page. Cool. So, I don't think that worked correctly. I want to say I clicked on one of these ones down here. No, it looks like they're linking correctly. Let me copy this and edit this page. D4? I definitely picked the wrong one. Let me... Oh, there should be another layer too. That was why. I think there's another page. Are you ready for SaaS? I'm missing that page right now. It should be under 657. Oops. Which I think was one of these. This one, it was under this one. I'm gonna guess that's because my query is not properly returning all of them. Back to the server! So, in my pages, before I find attached children pages, ooh, my ear's itching. So, in here, I'm just doing one level of children. I'm not going any deeper than I need to be. We must go deeper. Function get child pages. All pages is an array. I think that's it. So all pages result dot children This should be get all, oh no wait, get child pages. This is a different section, but yeah, we're basically adding the recursion here too. A lot of recursion today. And it's going to be the result all pages. Return all pages, parent ID, am I doing this right? Let's see, hold on. All pages. This should be page. Get child pages for page ID. Maybe I just want the page ID. I'm going to say if otherwise I want to do, oh no, I do want that actual page, right? Yeah. Page dot underscore ID, because I'm going to want to say page dot children equals get child pages. He's late in Florida, yeah. You're an extra 2 hours ahead of me. 11:24. Wait, is the Node.js keeping a query of pages to load in? All right, so dog, you head off. Sweet dreams. I'm not sure what you mean, Hawkeye. AJ, whichever name you want to use. This is my server-side code that's giving back the pages, and it's automatically pulling in all the child pages, but I was only going one level deep. Now we're trying to go all levels deep. Get child pages. Yeah, this is not right. I want to say if page.children, I basically want to do the same code I did down here. We'll probably change this. This should be get child pages. And this should be oh, I don't know. I will tell Zoe the cat you said good night. Hawkeye, yeah. What kind of trash did you eat? You come from a SQL background, so like pulling pages from a table. Yeah, so this is something I could probably do in SQL, but my SQL is not very strong. And I'm just doing it in JavaScript. Because that's how I like to do it, because I'm a mid-level developer. So, I'm not sure if you left, but that one was for you. Okay. this actually should be the page now. Benefit to JavaScript server-side coding? There probably is for specific cases, but in general, I'd say no. Node.js does run differently than other. So Node.js is an interpreted language like PHP. Does not need to be compiled, but there is restrictions around like child nodes, and there's a lot of async issues. So those are a lot of hurdles to get over if you don't know them and you're first starting out. Whereas like PHP doesn't have that. But I know PHP too. It's just once I'm writing in JavaScript, I like to stay in JavaScript if I can. It's a little easier. And yeah, I'm using MongoDB. I'm not using real SQL. So MongoDB is a document database. Staying in one language is really nice for me. I was trying to do PHP and JavaScript side by side for a little while, and it's a little confusing. It's hard to switch back and forth, especially between those. They're somewhat similar, but things like the dot in JavaScript, you know, means like on an object, whereas in PHP you use the arrow functions. So that's really confusing. Okay, get child pages, result, all pages. And then here I have the page, and I'm going to go through all of the pages, and I'm going to filter them down. If the parent, if this page parent ID matches the page, and if the page has children, well, actually, I'll stop bugging you with mid-level dev questions. No, that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. I'd rather it be that than tough questions. Actually, I'm not thinking about this right, because it won't have the children on there already. I'm trying to get all the child pages. The problem is, okay, so if this page matches, then I'm going to want to return this page, but I also want to get child pages. I don't think this is right though, because I don't want to. Page children is get all of the child pages of this page. No, not that page, of this page. There we go. Right? Return P. This is going to be just true anyway. I actually want this. I want to modify this page. So I want to say if this page ID matches, then set the P children of this page to get all the child pages of that one. I think that's right. Let's see if it hangs. breaks everything. Oh, it worked. First try. See, there's our third level. It ain't pretty, but we got one. Should we go a fourth? Oh, let's go a fourth. Not ready? Let's go! I'm not ready. Save it. There it is. Oh yeah, we're getting nested. Real nested. Okay, now let's add a delete so I can delete those multiple levels. And in my pages nav, let's drop off that console log. Man, I can't believe I tried to do all this recursion on stream. I didn't even realize there was going to be this much. That's why we're 4 hours in. Jeez. Whew. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. It's Friday night. What do you have to do? It's COVID, right? Okay. Delete. That's what I'm trying to do. Let me check this in. Because it feels good to check stuff in. So we just finished. Actually, I might take another break. Real quick break. Get up and stretch, but. So we just finished adding child pages. Adding child pages. Legacy, it's not just you, we're all hurting. All of us. I'm slowly seeing things tick back up, so I went to go pick up some food from the local bar to go. I didn't eat there. And there was a lot of people in there. They were at probably, I think they're limited to 25% capacity still, but there was a lot of people in there. Okay, refresh, delete. Let me make sure. Yes, my formatting is still ready. They're still working. Trash Panda. I appreciate you hanging out with me instead. I must be more important than them, huh? Definitely cautious still, yeah. I'm feeling pretty good that things are gonna get better soon, COVID-wise. I mean, with the vaccines landing, you know. So I just need the delete, and that's going to be in the page. Zoe's definitely more important. We'll get some Zoe again before I finish. Not totally sure where she went, but we will get some more. And edit, delete. This could actually be a button. FA trash. This is danger. Boom. On click. Delete page. I actually need to pass the page. I think I want this to be as outline as well. Outlined. There we go. And delete page. If confirm then I want to await database pages. I think it's delete. Page ID. I don't know what that result's going to look like, so let's log it out. And then I want to redirect, oops, back to this notebook page. So that's going to give me the use router import there's something else I used, right? Oh, I want to double check if this is how I actually delete it. Async it. Remove. And it's just the ID. Remove all red messages. Oh, interesting. Remove page ID. Let's try it. I am ready to delete the not ready page. Are you delete not ready? Okay. That's weird. Did my server die or something? Is that not a real page? I guess it's not slash notebooks, is it slash? Oh, I want the notebook that I'm in, okay, that's why. But it deleted it successfully. Let me fix that and then we'll try it again. Do I have notebook.id? That's where I want to go. Okay. Are you ready for SAS? Let's get started then. Delete. Okay. There we go. And it's back. It's gone. Cool. All right. Let's look at my Trello. I haven't done that. CRUD a post. We just did that. We are CRUDing posts. We've got notebooks. I created my first notebook. I'm ready to stop there. But we made some great progress today. You can add a page or a child. If I want to add a regular one, I can just do. Oh, there's a bug. So if I go here, I gotta fix that routing stuff anyway. There's nothing there. Cancel doesn't do anything. Cool. I'm feeling satisfied with this. Excuse me. All right. I'm ready to call it there. This is the song I usually start on. Funky jingle. Thank you, Legacy Root. Well, well, well. Just Smile, thank you for tuning in. You've been here for a while. I appreciate that. Anyone else still hanging around? Mountain Trash Panda, Hawkeye. I think you're the ones who are left. I'm gonna raid Strager. Normally I don't stream this late, so all the people I usually follow are gone. They're afternoon streamers, I would say, in my time zone. We're into the nighttime streamers now. Or should I do I develop things? Let's take a look. Let's see what they're working on. Ads. Terrible. Anyone have a raid suggestion? I develop things. Yeah, I like that one. Whoa, he's going for 7 hours. Twitch Channel Point Hackathon. Let's give him a little boost. Keep him going, huh? Develop things. Ah, Legacy, it's working. Come to the dark side. Yes. Now, my goal is really to kind of show you the simple side of front end. I don't want to get into the weeds. I want to show you how can you get things up and running and do it for fun. You know, try to keep it simple, not so complicated, not all that other junk, because I'm building all these products for fun. I don't want to write TypeScript in there, man. Like what, you know? Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Hawkeye as well. Okay. We all need simple. The world needs to be simpler. So we're going to raid I develop things. Thank y'all for hanging out. Eventually that will kick in. Let me see, is there anything else I need to do? Oh, I need to sign into his stream to make sure I can hear what he is saying. Oh, it's loading. It is slow. It is slow. My computer might be crashing. You can really see that grain at night now, huh? I'm still using my crappy camera, sorry y'all. Have a great night, everyone. Hang out for I Develop Things. Going now. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.